All right. Well, once again, my internet is being beyond stupid. But, that's great. Hello, Imagine. It's good to see you over on the vertical side. I hope you're doing well. Let's go ahead. Actually, come on. Not that one, actually. I want to listen to this one. Yeah. All right. So hopefully it's not going to be a horrible stuttery mess. Just sort of a stuttery mess. What's up, Storytime? Also good to see you. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. So last time on the Batman show, we were doing the next segment. We finished up the previous bit. Long time no seek. Long time no seek indeed. But yeah, this is what we've got so far. Let it kind of work on the playback range here. Technically speaking, there is one frame I'm technically missing. I don't necessarily need it. It might actually be better to just skip it, honestly. So that's the next part that's going to be coming up, is that little kind of move there. Ah, yes, April Fools. The silliest of all holidays. All right, so I have about half of this frame done. So we're just gonna kind of keep going with that. Hopefully, I should be able to kind of recycle some frames coming up here pretty easily, relatively speaking. Looking good, thank you. I do like how it's coming along. It's been really nice getting to do some animation again, that's for sure. That should be about right. About there. My biggest worry with this character was that his line mileage was going to be a little too much. And honestly, it maybe kind of is, but it's actually not as bad as I was expecting. And for those who don't know, line mileage refers to how many lines it takes to draw a character. Like that. Something like that. I actually kind of want him to release his grip just a touch, so that actually works. Breaking news, George Lucas bought the Star Wars IP back. April Fools. Not that I would really care anyway. I mean, how old is George Lucas at this point? Like, goodness sakes, man. As old as Palpatine? If not older. Honestly, like, I mean, what is the, like, canonical age of Palpatine in the first trilogy? Because it's what, like 20 years later in the original trilogy. Oh my gosh. All right. On the bright side, I think I found the setting to make it so that I won't horribly drop frames every 5 seconds. The only problem is I can't turn it on once I'm streaming. So, you know, that's fun. But next time, oh boy, next time you guys will actually have a smooth frame rate, hopefully. Because, you know, like I said, don't pay enough for my internet as is. Chain version of the Sith in 19 years before prequels and originals. He's only like, nah, he's got to be older than like 30s or 40s in the Phantom Menace. He's got to be like mid 50s or like youngest. Or are you talking about George? You're probably talking about George, aren't you? I was talking about Palpatine. But yeah, I mean, like, friggin' like all of those guys, like, that's why I always find it funny when it's like, oh man, you know, friggin' what's his face? Steven Spielberg's gonna be directing another movie. Like finally, like, you know, like Hollywood's coming back, whatever. It's just like he's like in his 80s. It's like why, like, where are all the good directors? Why do we keep on having to rely? And we can't even rely on people that are, like, that's the same thing I feel about, like, when it's like, oh man, like, you know, such and such studio, you know, it's like, yeah, such and such studio made a good game or movie. Like when it comes to games, like such and such studio making a new game, it's gonna be amazing. It's like, yeah, such and such studio made an awesome game like 20 years ago, you know. Like they could do it again, but you talk like it's a guarantee. It's like, no, it's not at this point. It really isn't. Like Ubisoft used to be good, guys. Like, let's think about that for a second. Let me turn this off real quick. The only thing I don't like is the volume on the head changes maybe more than it should. 52 in Phantom Menace. I can believe that. I can believe that. And then 20 years later, he'd be in his like 70s. But then isn't it like another 20 years from that to the sequel trilogy? So he's like in his 90s. He's just like, I'm still kicking it. I don't know. He's got like dark force powers, whatever the frick they come up with nowadays. I'm still hip with it. All right. Phantom in the original trilogy. Is it 30 plus? It can't. Oh, you're right. Because, you know, Anakin ages like 10 years. 10 or 15 years or something like that. Yeah, no, it's not just one after the other like the original trilogy. Even the original trilogy is a few years, isn't it? Or something like that? I don't know. These ankle's not right. All right. Do I want to correct the head? I kind of do. But the question is how exactly? I think I know how. I need to make some room here. The nice thing is I think I should be able to just move around things a bit and make it work. There's the nice thing about digital art, that's for sure. Tactical clothes and revisions. Yeah. So like it's overall like 15 years or so. So even by then he would be in his 60s. So he'd be in his 80s. He'd be in like his 80s in the dude's like over 100 years old then in I mean he like there was the whole thing with like clones and crap like that in the like Dark Empire, so I don't know. Maybe something like that. Why am I thinking about this? None of this matters. It's all dumb. There we go. That's better. I'm animating. I'm happy. Either early to mid 80s in the original Star Wars movies, so about the age of George now. Yeah. Well, yeah. George Lucas is in his like 80s, isn't he? Like 70s or 80s. And then his chest grows. We don't want that. Honestly, like, this isn't right. But, like, the thing about Wicker is he moves weird. Like, so, like, his hip is dropping. So, like, but I don't want this to be like this low. That's better. It's like little things like that that you want to take care of, otherwise they become problems later. He's exactly 80 years old. Wow. Dang. Okay. All right. Now I think I'm ready to go on to the next. And I'm gonna have him blink here, but I'm gonna do a slow blink this time. See, Billy, it disturbs me that for us, like, I actually don't know if you're joking or not. I know it's April Fool's, but I can believe that they would pull and it'd be entirely unironic. And the reason is because for some unfathomable reason, DreamWorks or whoever is making a live action How to Train Your Dragon, and that's not a joke. Like, I mean, it is a joke because like we're at the point where we're remaking movies that are, you know, less than 20 years old. It's like, and not even just like, it's not even just like, oh, I'm gonna like, we're gonna like do something new, like with this franchise, blah, 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 or whatever. No, it's literally like, from everything I can tell, a 1-to-1 remake. It's like, are you serious? Are you like, really? That's where we're at? That's where you're at right now, huh? And not even updating the designs. So the designs look freaking stupid in live action. And it's like, because it wasn't designed for live action, it was designed to be animated, which it is. And I'm just like, why? That's dumb. Lilo and Stitch. That movie unironically is going to make bank. I know for a fact. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that they're making the movie. Not even because I care about Lilo and Stitch. I legitimately have never actually seen that movie. And some people probably want to freaking like stone me for that, but like, it's just the fact that it's like, oh, you're taking yet another animated property and turning it to quote unquote live action. I should. I've been told that I should. At some point, I probably should. That era of honestly, that era of animation is really special. In a very like disheartening and kind of like bittersweet way, because there was a lot at that time that was really like, oh man, like they were beginning to get into such an interesting shape with animation, with 2D animation. And the thing is that, you know, a lot of people say, oh, 3D killed 2D animation, right? Because you look at the numbers and it goes, oh, well, you know, 3D animation did better or whatever. It's like, I don't agree with that, because here's the thing, like, I know for a fact that, actually I do need to check the numbers again, because I'm pretty sure Emperor's New Groove did well. Pretty sure. I remember that one being fairly successful. I remember, I think the Treasure Planet struggled, but again, it was one of those things where You know, it didn't die, it was murdered. You know, it wasn't killed, it was murdered. Because it was artificial. It was artificially done, right? And that happens a lot, specifically in animation. You see it all the time where stuff is just like basically sent out to die. Heck, that recently happened with the new Looney Tunes movie. Because people really liked it, had like zero marketing. Heck, I didn't even know about it until it came out, and I freaking probably hung out with people who worked on it. But it's one of those things where it's like, what is the goal of the people behind it, right? Because I mean, ultimately, it's not that hard to sell animation. It's really not, right? But we have this kind of preemptive notion, like so you have that preemptive notion in the West that, oh, cartoons for kids, blah 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 blah, right? Let me put my tinfoil hat on for a second here, so that I can kind of put forward an idea. I think that even that is an artificial structure within cinema specifically, right? Because how many people, especially within a younger generation, would be perfectly fine with an animated movie, like pertaining to them, right? Like talking, mid to late 20s, essentially, right? Guarantee you it could do well enough, right? But the problem is that animation doesn't pay for itself, like other formats, the live action format. Even the live action format isn't paying for itself because movies are so absurdly expensive nowadays. Which is kind of funny because they kind of put themselves back into that same issue that animation has been plagued with forever, right? And that is, it's freaking expensive to make an animated movie. But it's just so weird to me. Like, I really do wonder how different things could be. Same problem with games. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's the problem. The overarching issue that I've noticed is like not something that's especially talked about, which I think is a shame. And that is every industry, particularly in America, wants a one-size-fits-all solution. They want to be able to do what the other guy is doing and get just the same results, right? That's where we put ourselves a lot of the time. And so when something is an abnormality within the system, right? And you can even see this in their like hiring practices, like because if you, let's say you wanted to pitch a show, right? Let's say you developed a pilot, right? And we've seen this happen. I am specifically using examples, right? But I'm being ambiguous because whatever. Let's say you develop a pilot, right? You get the funding, you develop a pilot, you hire your own voice actors, right? These independent voice actors, blah 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 blah. None of it is industry, right? As far as Hollywood's concerned, right? As far as the guilds or the what have you are concerned, none of it is industry. And let's say you're like super successful on YouTube or whatever, and it's like, hey, I can now like shop this around. I have the attention of investors and the attention of studios and distributors. I am on track to actually getting this made. The second that you go in and you start talking to those investors, they're going to want to run the show. Like literally, like that is exactly how it is. Like it literally, like if you do not have a A-list voice actor or actor for that matter involved within your pipeline, forget it. Not gonna happen. No way, right? And it's all it's a logistical nightmare. That's what it's been turned into, is as if making a movie isn't hard enough, just the actual like development of the movie. I need to turn this off real quickly. His eye's too long, actually. That's kind of where things are, right? And so it really makes me wonder if 2D animation had been given the prospect to grow, to continue growing the way that it was. Because it was growing, right? As much as I'm not a big fan of like Atlantis, for example, in terms of the writing and the story and stuff like that. Well, like the world's really cool, kind of some goofy stuff in there, but like the best way I can describe that movie, my relationship with that movie, is I feel like it would be a really good movie if it wasn't made by Disney. Not that it wasn't animated. I think it absolutely should have been animated. But it had this quality to it, right? The animation's great. The designs are great. It's freaking Mike Mignola, for goodness sakes. He did some work on it. But it's just the way it's executed, right? It felt held back. It felt like, well, we can't. We have to pull it back. It's a Disney movie, remember? Kind of. That's how it felt the whole time, And kind of same thing to a little bit of a lesser extent with what's the Treasure Planet? I have become Disney destroyer of IPs, pretty much. But and honestly to the same extent as with like Titan AE, right? It was like we were right on the verge. We were right on the verge of 2D animation essentially becoming what it is kind of now, where you have these very creative kind of intentions you see kind of coming out, these very artistic intentions, but it's all under the surface now. That's the problem, right? It still doesn't quite get made into a movie a lot of the times, or even a show, or even a short. It's good. I actually do like Treasure Planet from what I saw of it, or when I watched it. It still kind of has that sort of Disney tint to it that I, again, just feel like kind of holds it back. But like, it's solid. It's solid. And that's the thing. It's like, oh my gosh, we were right on the verge of something like really solid. And that's the thing about Pixar. When Pixar came along, they kind of understood that, right? But it was almost like Pixar was allowed to adapt because they were so new. It was like, okay, how do you sell a 3D movie, right? So they invented it. It was like, okay, well, we're gonna do it this, and this way. We're gonna invent our sort of method, if you will. And it kind of, I guess it kind of felt like it had to prove itself or something. I don't know. That's more of just a development thing, I guess. Kind of speculation on my part. Oh yeah, and then you have Iron Giant. And Iron Giant is honestly like the best example of a 2D animated film from that era. Like where animation was headed, in my opinion. It's so solidly done. It's so like, because that one was, is that Fox? What was that? Oh, it was Warner Brothers. Okay, so it was Warner Brothers. Doggone, man, what the heck? What happened? Intentionally kneecap charge? Probably, yes. There's a lot around, and that's why I say, it didn't die, it was murdered, right? Because, again, it's like, well, why aren't we doing this 3D thing? you know, that's the future, right? You know, that's making all this money, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, sure, like, yeah, but there isn't anything magical about 3D animation that makes it more appealing, right? It was novel, like, at the time, right? That was, I mean, it was a new visual style, but now we can see that people are like, forget the novelty, give me something sincere, you know? Give me something crafted, right? And that can either be 2D or 3D or a combination of both, right? That's where we're kind of at. So in that regard, I mean, I suppose that's the silver lining to it, is that, you know, it really does kind of reveal like the interests and the I just realized I need to be making them blink. I'll do that here. But it reveals kind of the universal interest in animation of all kinds, you know. The hard part is, though, when it's inconvenient to the system, it just kind of, when it's exceptional, it doesn't fit the mold. We'll see, though. I mean, ultimately, it's going to come down to like what creators and creative people can build out of, you know, everything going on. So, and I squarely put myself into that category. Even though I don't have a team or, you know, develop pilots and things like that. One of these days, that would be nice. Okay, let's go ahead and see here. But yeah, that's just the kind of weird games that get played. And it's unfortunate. But the funny thing is, you know, it really isn't all that new. Not really. Because I remember watching an interview. It was actually a really cool interview with Chuck Jones. And for those of you who don't know who Chuck Jones is, Chuck Jones was one of the bigwigs at Looney Tunes animation. He was an animator, or he did a lot of like Road Runners. He did, you know, all the classics and stuff like that. He even did later on Tom and Jerry, but they aren't very good. They're the later like 50s and 60s Tom and Jerry's. But either way, like a total legend in the like the animators know who Chuck Jones is. And he was doing an interview with Dick Cavett, who was a really cool kind of imagine the Tonight Show but actually good, you know, kind of thing. Got really interesting guests on a lot of times and just was a really good interviewer. And he's talking with Chuck about you know, animation and the history there and everything like that. And one thing that's interesting about animation is its history has always kind of played an interesting role in for animators. There is sort of this passing of the torch that comes with animation. I don't know if it's just because it's such an intricate art form that it feels so like passed down, right? Kind of arcane in a sense, right? You know, I don't know if it's that or what, but there's always kind of the sense of history, right? And I remember Chuck was explaining, like there was a situation where basically so, you know, back in the day you had to paint those cells, right? You had to take the art, right? Or even the like the pencil drawing and stuff like that, and then you would store it, right? You'd put it in a room when it was done, right? And each image is you know, only used once, right? Unless it's, you know, kind of recycled later on. But for Looney Tunes and Warner Brothers back in the day, it wasn't. And so, you know, that takes a lot to kind of store it. So in what has become kind of standard practice for Warner Brothers, and we've really seen that in recent happenings, they decide to just literally bury it all. Take all those drawings, all those cells, all of that, which is really crazy because, like, as far as cells go, you know, the actual cells go, a lot of times they were washed and reused, those cells, because it's just plastic, it's cellulose, or celluloid, whatever it is. And so I need to rotate this more. And of course it's now going to be all blurry because this thing cannot handle rotating this brush. It is correct though. That's more correct. And if we compare it with this, I'm actually gonna try and move it back. Something like that. But anyway, so he's saying, he's like, man, just go out on the streets, hand them out, give them to hospital, you know, anything, right? Because that's art, you know. That's just hundreds of thousands of pieces of art, if not millions of, you know, drawings for all this animation over the years, and it's just gone, you know. So nothing new, I suppose, unfortunately. It's a shame because I would just leave this if I wasn't planning on just using this line work as the line work. Because this is good enough to clean up. It's rough, but it's good enough to clean up. But I'm skipping cleanup, probably. Probably, I don't know. It's just cleanup would take a lot longer. Have I been this week? I've been all right. Been okay. Last week was nice. I want to get more done. I've been kind of going to bed late and waking up late, and it's kind of been cutting into... Like, I was hoping to get the stream earlier today, but yeah. You know how it is. But I'm all right. How about yourself, there, Billy? Tick tick tick. Gonna be setting up that draw stream soon. Yes. Let me know. Like I have a ton. I'm super free now, so I am excited about that. That'll be fun. Man, this guy's built weird. But you know, it's kind of funny. I always try to like, I guess, over-engineer the movement on my characters. I try to think, okay, how like he has to have a logic to the way he moves, right? Like as in like this needs to make sense in a physical like world, you know, kind of sense. And that is important, but it actually like isn't as important as you might think. I mean, think like Goku's hair, right? It's like how does Goku's hair maintain the right, like the same structure all the way around, right? Like that doesn't make sense. It's not meant to make sense. It's meant to preserve the silhouette and look good on the character at every angle, right? That's more important. That's more important than realism. Because you're not making something real, you're making something fake. You just want it, you want it to be believable, you want it to be aesthetic. What would be best? Okay. I just realized, okay, so he is twisting his hand. Oops. Could preemptively turn these on. No, that's not right. Like that. I thought I pause the video, change the video when I push it back in. Oof. Yeah, I'm all like, I'm really hesitant to get like in-ear headphones, you know, or earphones. Kind of for that reason, because I just know that like they're gonna fall out of my ears. I don't know what it is with my ears exactly. My ears are too big, if they're too shallow, or what, but like they just never stay in. That's why my favorite in-ear headphones from back in the day, and by back in the day I mean like 15 years ago or so. Wow. That puts it in perspective. Were these ones that actually looped around the ear. They weren't like the earbud kind of like rubber kind of thing. They were like just a plastic flat like kind of speaker that went into your ear. Those are my favorite. I like those. and they went around the ear so that they like stuck there, you know? It's like, I don't really understand why we can't have more designs like that. Because like, it's not that, you know, you just need a little ear loop, right? It's not that much more for manufacturing. It can't be. I don't know. They still make them like that. I mean, I know, but like, I don't know if I've... One second. Over ear, earphones, wireless. Oh, okay, not over ear. Loop earphones, wireless. Now, not loop. What would that be called? Like ear loop? Okay, yeah, they do. Ear hook. That would be it, I guess. Ear hook, earphones, wireless. Okay, they do. Yeah, that's what I would want to get. Cause like, yeah, forget just like sticking it in. But I'm not in the market, so. I mean, that would be kind of nice for going out and stuff like that, but yeah, headphones are expensive. I don't trust manufacturers to make things that last anymore, man. I really don't. Especially Sony. I don't trust Sony at all, honestly. My mother gave me these when they asked to borrow them. That's fair. Only the left one works? Oof. That always sucks. Are they wired or are they wireless? Yeah, we don't want that. Wireless? Ugh. Might as well not even have it in then. Okay. Now I need to like think about how this is gonna and he's potato sack. He's made out of potato sack, so I gotta think like that. I can't think too like organic. I gotta think like how would sack fold in this case? It would probably actually be more like that. They sound fine. Oh, I'm sure they sound fine. Like most headphones nowadays, like just in general, I mean, we've gotten to the point where it's like, you know, everything's such high fidelity. It's like good luck telling the difference, you know. I mean, some I'm sure that you can, but I want him to have kind of a noodle kind of bend to him. I don't want him to just go like, okay. And he's gonna bend his knees a little bit more. He's gonna be a little bit lower than that. Mash him, stick him in a stew. Oh, don't stick him in a stew. He wouldn't like that. the arm, man. I think that'll be okay, because like it's kind of. Well, let's see. Try this. I really need to do a bit more of a study on his arms, the way that they move in space, because they're a little awkward. I need to figure out his sort of movement language. Sure. I think we'll go with that. Yeah, why not? His hand changes size, so that needs to be bigger. Not that big. A little bit bigger. Something like that. And I need to do the horn. I'm gonna turn this off though, so it's faster. I wish that there was a way to bake the frames from the video in. You know what? Hold on, let me check. Let me check something. File object, convert layer, file, drawing area, canvas size. Nah. Keep original layer. I don't think that's. Maybe I can rasterize it? Oh, I don't want to do that. Oops. Don't want to do that. All right. Well, I'm not going to worry about it. Would be nice to be able to convert that over to a a different layer though. Not that long. The head is shrinking. Man, it is the toughest thing to keep volumes under control. It is the number one thing, man. I think that's a little bit better. Let's push it that way. Further here. Oops. I think that's the end of that album. All right, let's see here. We could listen to the Ico soundtrack. You know what? we're gonna listen to the Miss 3 soundtrack, because why not? Because this is a cool soundtrack. Oops. And used to go more this way. This way. I may have to get kind of creative with how I do the next few things. Don't know. That's about right. Hmm. Be back later tonight. All right. Let's see how long I go. I'm planning on going for a little while tonight because I want to do some more work on the comic. So hopefully see you again there sooner than later there, Billy. Have a good one. Goodbye. take a look at what's happening with alternatively, I guess I could really push it up here. Would that make sense? Let me think. Maybe something more like this. Yeah, that works. Because he's got that kind of noodle bend going on, so like a wet noodle. Spines are just wet noodles when you think about it. Although this one would be pushed out as well. That works as well. I kind of want to push the noodliness of the body even more. Come to think of it, this is gonna have to really get pushed. In order for it to make sense here. Just like so. What's up, Ryder? Hope you're doing well. I need to actually turn this off because I want to be able to flip quickly. We're doing a little animating today. You gonna find that's good to hear. Let's see. I probably should see what this is looking like. The hand is shrinking probably a little bit more than it should. The arm moving is looking pretty good. Thanks, Ryder. I shall. And this is technically it's fully extended there, but I'm actually going to probably do a little bit of fun here. And where's yeah, it's right there. So I'll have a little bit of a bend to it. This over here. Giving a little too much shape to that lower leg. Oops. Don't need that much. Something like that, yeah. Maybe I should give him more shape, but yeah. They're meant to be bird legs, so. It's got bird legs, horse hooves. I don't know what his fingers are supposed to be though. Maybe like, I'm not sure. Let's see. Yeah, that works. It's always really annoying when you have to like take something like a big old hood or something like that, right? In the case of him, and keep it consistent. Okay, so now I need to think about this movement. Yeah, volume control is one of the hardest things, and I'm really trying to pay close attention. Honestly, what I really need to do is over on this side, you can kind of see. I don't think you can see it, unfortunately, on the other side, the vertical side. So I'll just bring it up. This is a little work doc for doing like cool stuff. And I should, in theory, be able to take like this frame, because even like by this frame, you know, volumes have changed and stuff like that. I should be able to take this frame and that's not the right, and use this as my reference frame. But I don't exactly know how it works. Because it doesn't stay on. I'm trying. There's the general light table. Hold on, we got a lot going on here. Hold on. Here we are. Okay. So if I select it over here now, I should be able to just kind of put this off to the side. Yeah, okay, I got it. Okay. So that's how it works. Okay. Okay. And now I can kind of compare and contrast. And actually, I'm not as off as I thought I was going to be. Maybe the top of the hood is a touch off, but that's not too terrible. The good thing is, like, you'll notice, like, this leg is straighter here, but his body is also more flexed, so that's why he's lower down. So that actually makes it's making sense. It's working. It's almost like when you practice, you get better at things, or something like that. All right. All right. Now for the arms. Honestly, hold on. Let me. Yeah, I need to give myself some reference here. I have an idea of the volume of the arms should be. Maybe his fingers are made from, like, made for him, you know? Maybe made out of, like, bone or something. Got bony, spooky fingers. I suppose in some capacity, all hands are made out of bones. Except for octopuses. Man, octopuses are weird. Um, That's not right. That hand is not in the right place. I also need to be thinking about this. Okay, that's quick. All right, that's fine. So this soundtrack is from the game Myst 3 Exile. And recently, the second game in the series, Riven, got a full-scale, like, 4K remake. I kind of hope they do that with Myst 3, because that's my favorite of those games. To be fair, the Myst games, like, all the Myst games still look friggin' incredible, so... But it would be really cool to see it in high definition. I'm actually gonna bring it out some more. Just the detail in the architecture is just so fantastic. Let's try that. I think the arms are going to be one of the weakest parts of this motion, just in general. Okay, I'm actually gonna turn that off. Do I like that movement? Yeah, no, that works. Kinda. It's not the best, but actually, I kind of want to keep the hand more tilted like that. Let me check what the rest of the motion is. That kind of works, doesn't it? Yeah, I actually think that does work. Although I do. This gets smaller when it really shouldn't get as small as it gets. Which I already made this bigger. Okay, now I gotta figure out what in the world I'm gonna do with this leg. Because I could go this way with it. And then have him like kind of whip it out the other direction. It's sort of a hop. Actually, I have an idea. Well, let's give it a shot. Let's see if we can make that look good. That'll give kind of a little bit of a flair to the leg lift. It's kind of the fun part, the method that I'm using. So in animation, there are two ways to go about animating, right? There is what is called straight ahead, which straight ahead is the most like logical, like think stop motion, right? Where you set up your little character, you take a picture, and then you move them to the next frame, right? So stop motion is strictly straight ahead. And then you have what's called, I guess we'll do this. We'll just listen to this. Why not? Yeah, so you have straight ahead action, and then you have what's called pose to pose. Pose to pose, the way the pose to pose works is you have you kind of chop up your motion into bits, right? Using what are called keyframes. And basically, the way to think about, actually, I just thought, the way to think about keyframes is, what are the most important frames that you have that you need to showcase in your animation? So it's the frames you absolutely have to hit, right? So for example, right? So, you know, this would be a keyframe, right? Because it's where he lands. It's his, you know, kind of final pose from the previous action. Then if we trace along the action, we have him kind of shrinking up, right? That would be the next key, right? And don't mind that it's not the whole thing, right? So The rest of these frames are what's called in-betweens. You go back in and you kind of set it up, right? But you may notice that I'm not working necessarily pose to pose. I am kind of working straight ahead. I'm going from one frame to the next. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to just get rid of this. I don't need this right now. The reason I'm doing that is because there's benefits to both. Pose to pose is really good for planning action out fairly strictly. Like if you need a character to land on the other side, like let's say they're jumping across like a chasm or something like that, and you need them to leap up into the air and land. If you try to do that straight ahead, you can, right? There's nothing necessarily preventing you, but what can happen is like you might misjudge the jump, right? You might realize like, uh-oh, halfway through the jump, I didn't make him leap high enough initially, so I have to go back and redo that, right? Which is annoying. So it's useful to be able to be like, oh, well, I'll just come up with the keys. Okay, he needs to go. He goes from here to here. Okay, what would the in between of that be, right? How far does he need to go? And then you go from there, right? So it's good for planning out that action. However, straight ahead action is really good for when you need something that looks a little bit more improvised, something that's a bit more natural, right? So what I've done is I came up with kind of the base action that he needs to take, kind of the concept of the motion, and then I go back in and I go straight ahead and I work out his poses from that, right? So the really rough kind of base level animation is kind of a guide more than anything. It's like it tells me exactly where he needs to be, but not necessarily how to be in that exact instance. How he moves is up to me in considering, okay, well, how is his leg going to move from one place to the other? And going from, you know, this pose to this pose is pretty extreme, but it makes sense from more of the exaggeration I put in here. Like, so he's gonna like lift it this way and then he's gonna swing it out. So that's kind of the idea. You give it a little bit of a stretch, kind of exaggerate the form. Okay. Let's go ahead and put this in. Now, I may need to go back and change that a touch. I'm actually gonna have him go up higher. Or, yeah. And then he'll settle back down. Right there. And then he'll lift up. And I guess I put it on 3. Interesting. But this is on 2. Okay. And this frame, I think I can, well, I'll tackle that when I get there. Oh, I forgot to do the horn as well here. Let me go ahead and turn this off. And more curve. Come on. Little bit more curve. Okay. All right. Let's see what I can do now. We're gonna go a little higher. And that's that improvisation kind of coming out, right? Where I'm able to take a look at the motion and see what would make more sense. So I want his head to go a little bit higher. Not too much higher, because we actually don't have enough frames in this motion. This is going to be quick. Probably not too quick. This was actually the first set of frames that I did, so it might be a little wonky. The rough, that is, the underlying rough. Because I was just kind of screwing around, and then I realized I was like, oh, I can make something out of this. It's funny how that happens. don't even realize how far along you are on something until you're you know, doing it. The whole thing. What time is it? 6, I will need to switch over to some comic work here soon-ish. So I want to get some hours in on that. Maybe a couple more frames. This is actually more the shape of his eyes. Actually, I need to, yeah, it's that sharper kind of look. Oh shoot! I just thought, how am I gonna do the eyes? I guess I can do them on their own layer and then export that layer and then glow it. Yeah, I'll do it that way, I guess. See, that is the benefit of like Toon Boom, is like it's super easy to separate things. Like super easy to separate things. A little bit more of this. Yeah, that'll do. There we go. Let me turn this off. That far back. I actually want to push this out more. Let's go and check what the shape is. Yeah, we're starting to kind of back down on the shoulders, so that's what we're going to do here. That's too long. Something like that. Oh, there isn't a. So I want this to go in a little bit. And this will kind of be reduced. Like so. Pulled down slightly more. Or I guess it does make more sense to be up. Oh, come on. I'm actually gonna that and like that. Like we're gonna see if this works. Yeah, I don't know if it will or not yet. This reminds me, I need to adjust the hooves on the front of the animation. They're a little small. Yeah, almost might just. Let me go check something real quick. Okay. My broth that I'm cooking up, stock, chicken bone stock, is cooling now. Maybe not quite. I don't know yet. It's coming along. Check where the arms are. So the arms are further out. Actually, I do kind of want this to be up more. It's kind of pushing his shoulders out. Or elbows out, rather. Quite big. All right. Not quite that level. He's got like pudding arms or something. I don't know how else to describe it. His arms are like bags of jello. And not. I don't know, he's weird. I mean, to be fair, like he don't got no bones. This boy don't got no bones. So it's probably like just smoke underneath the bandages. He's just got smoke and sand kind of holding him together. Get this boy some bones. Um, um, let me check this here. Yeah, that one works. I actually don't like because the next frame, I don't like that. No, that's not the right movement. This hand actually needs to be like this. Bigger hand. Man. Making sure those hands are the right size has been a bit of a trick. Not that big. Yeah, it's about right actually. Come on. Times 727. I want to see what the next frame looks like, so we're gonna go to one more. The size is a little small. I can make it bigger. That's better. Oh, and I forgot to do this. Something like that. Something like that. Yeah, that ain't right. Let's pull this back. Let's pull it like that. Something like that. Not quite. That's that. Let's see what else we've got lying around here. I could use something with a little bit of kick. Something with the chiptune flair. Why not? Eyes get closer together. Why? It's because it's because they're lower, I think. Well, I don't mind that. His eyes kind of move around his headspace. Actually, I'm gonna make this a touch bigger. Volume control, man. It's tricky stuff. Because keep in mind, if I was working traditionally, anytime that I resize, that's a redraw. I'd have to redraw. So those guys who can really control paper animation, man, it's a heck of a skill. bigger smells I need to me. Not gonna worry about that for now. This in touch. This in touch. Erase that. Ugh. Let's go ahead and think about what we want to do. Chess. I'm actually gonna make this gonna come out this way. Bring it in more like that. Come on. Come on. Let's see what that looks like here. It's not quite right, honestly. So I'll have to rework it. I think I can just... I think that the smear isn't necessary. Because that would imply, like, a lot more force than what is kind of set up to happen. That being said... I do want to... yeah, I think I just need to, like a normal leg. Maybe a little bit of a kind of a whip sort of design to it. I don't think the knee needs to be that big there. Try that. Well, we'll have to see. I might have to rethink that motion in general. It really pops, probably more than it should. I mean, let's try one more thing here. Let's say that we want the knee to be actually right about here. Oops. I might have to... I'm actually gonna say... I think he lifts his leg too high. Alright, well. I'm not gonna call it good, but I am gonna move on. To chapter 3. I do want to get some line work done on this. Ideally 2 panels, but we'll see about that. I have to finish this panel up and then kind of rework this panel. And actually, I need to rework the panel layout a bit. This is getting deleted. I can do that real quick here. And this panel can be deleted. So, then I can grab, not sketch. And I'll need to rework this thumb, but for now, it'll work as a placeholder. Get rid of that. A little lower. Rough pencil. Actually, I need to not undo. I need to warm up. Oh. Um, oh, excuse me. All right. I wonder if I could animate like this. I'll whip out a pose pretty dang quick. Probably could. Questions for later. If I was properly warmed up, I probably could do a lot. That's the key, man. Like, you gotta remember to warm up. I don't do that enough. Arm would be blocking your face, so I'd probably change that a touch. That's alright. That's pretty off model. That's alright. It's a warm-up. I'll say I'm decently warmed up on everything else, so I think I just need to go for it. And that's what we're gonna do here. So that's the wrong panel. Let me get the face done. Like, let me exaggerate that even more. Picking that. Hold on. Or do I want it to be higher? Hold on. Let me think this through. So about there and over more actually. Shoot. Where's... oops. There you are. Um, let me get rid of that thumb real quick. Okay. Oh, come on. Yes, I'm still listening to the video I started. Good grief. Um,
Here you can be hypnotized by the music of the land. And nowhere overs the steady. Floor on the floor, and be sure that you play direct on the bass line. Hit it. Swear it. Place it. Swing it. Break it. Lick it. Hit it. Swear it. Place it. Swing it. Break it. Lick it. Lick it. Swear it. Break it. Whisper. Lick it. Place it. Whisper.
actually. Um. He looks like he should have 3 fingers, which isn't correct, so I want to stretch this out more. Hold on. Um, I swear, the way that I do this is it's like a constant puzzle. How do the pieces come together? Technically, you're supposed to make it so that it's not like that so much. That is kind of strenuous. Alternatively. That might be it. Okay, now I need to think about this. This actually isn't correct. So comes down, she folds it up, tucks it in. So what would you be? You would be not correct. I actually think I can just, if I just sort of come, if that just sort of becomes like that. Technically, it would be tucked here and come back. So I think that would. Is that correct? This guy has a chain around his neck. The idea is I need a good line to follow here. The idea is that the like weird medallion thing that he has is actually hanging off to the left. That's why you don't see it under here. But you do see the string in the sheath of the knife. Like that. Okay. Now Yeah, that's the wrong angle. Like this. Hey, thank you, Bovine. Good to see you. Stopping by. Eh. Like this. I actually need to make sure that that's all finished. Yeah, more. Let me get this to a more comfortable spot here. Um, back for a bit. Hey, welcome back. Okay, now there is another kind of aspect to this I need to consider, and that is the ship background. Ship room. I could. Yeah, we're gonna do this right. This is gonna make it a lot of it easier. Oh man. How long have we been going? About 4 hours. Not bad. Probably go for a little bit longer here. Oops. Need to put this below everything, including the thumbnail. We're kind of looking up at it, so that's about right. Here you matey. Not quite a pirate ship. Not far off. Though he doesn't do much pirating. That's for sure. Okay. I'm gonna ignore that because I don't feel like dealing with that. Instead, what we're gonna do, we're gonna turn you down. We're gonna go to line work 2 because line work 2 is nice and clean. Oh, come on. That was weird. No real need to consider any alternatives. I can take away the sketch now. Oops, I could always take away the sketch. And honestly, go with the line work too. And here is what we're gonna do. Ruler, curved ruler. We want a slight bend to it. Like so. More like that or that. And that. Okay. Then that. This just needs to kind of give us a figure to pull from. Gotta walk the plank now. I was gonna say that wouldn't do much in a desert, but then I remembered that this boat is like, good grief, it's probably at least like 30 to 40 feet off the ground at any given time. I mean, it depends on how it settles, but it's high up, so that would be quite the fall. Would definitely be a different sort of fate, though, that's for sure. Although, I don't know, maybe not. The intention wouldn't be for the person to survive, that's for sure. In any capacity. But hey, if they did, chances are their legs would be broken and they'd be left in the desert. So, you know, it would get to the same end. That would actually be an even worse fate, honestly, all things considered. And all right, let's see how that looks with everything. So I'm going to erase all that. But yeah. Okay. Oh, that wasn't so bad. I actually do like that pose as well, just then holding the knife like that. I do want to kind of work on this a touch though. And here as well. I still haven't done the feathers on his head. Ugh. I'm totally gonna forget that, because I don't feel like doing it right now. Okay. This one, I need to kind of re-sketch. There we go. I'm actually going to turn off the thumbnail so I can get a better idea. And maybe even more extreme. And he's like hand around her throat. And knife. Maybe like and which hand gets cut? It's her left hand, right? That's her right hand. Is it? Yeah. Wait. That hand ain't right. That's okay. That's actually perfectly fine. Actually gonna
Wake up, skip school, turn on the Atari. With my console, I'm in control.
this is gonna be a really crazy pose.
Your downfall, then turn it up loud. Shoot you. Shoot you.
But the nice thing is that everything's gonna be kind of obscured by one, his sort of cloak, sort of enveloping her. Actually, I want to have the knife more right here. And basically, she's grabbing this knife blade by the blade in like just sheer desperation. Alright, this is going to be really hard to follow what I'm doing. I'm getting real abstract with it. Hold on. That's her leg. Dang. That's looking pretty good, honestly, there, Billy. Shinkagi's really coming along as far as his lines and stuff like that. Honestly, like the form on like the jacket and stuff like that looks really good as well. No, he's doing good work. I think that's it for this playlist, actually. All right, give me a second and I'll switch over to a new song here. Now what do I listen to? Man, it's crazy how old Dub Mood is. I don't know if I can. Oh, I definitely can't listen to this whole thing. All these songs. Oh yeah, definitely. There's a Japanese artist in here. That's one of the biggest disappointing things. Oh yeah, and it's already complaining. I'm not gonna chance it with this song. Instead, I'm gonna listen to Miami Horror. They should be fine to listen to, I think. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, that was Gordian Knot, which I learned there's actually another band called Gordian Knot that is not that. The Gordian Knot that I'm referring to, the song that they did there was Reflections, which was a song I came across years ago on Pandora Radio, of all things. Came up in my like prog rock kind of things. Okay. All right. I've got to like start sort of making sense of this. You know, I just realized something. This, because I really want to see if I can have. Hold on, there's white space. Let's see if we can make this work. Okay, it's gonna actually be more like this. And basically he's like popping up. So like, I mean, she's like really screwed. Because it's like, this guy's coming up as well. So it's like, oh yeah, no, she's not getting out of this. Not alive anyway. That's what she thinks anyway, right now. And then, um, something like that. What is it? Think of that. And that. Like that. Guess I need some room. Actually, what are they published under? These guys, Miami Horror. Oh crap, he doesn't say. I think it should be fine. I think I've listened to these guys before. I don't know, YouTube is so unpredictable, because like I've listened to songs like no problem before. And then like the next stream, it's like, oh yeah, no, you can't listen to that anymore. It's like, really? Oops. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. And I need to work on the eyes some. That's clear. Alright, I need to get the jaw right as well. That ear's in the wrong place of all time. Wow. It's amazing how much easier it is to draw things when you're facing the right direction, huh? It's also kind of friggin' giant. She doesn't have giant ears. She's still young. Ears never stop growing, don't you know? I'm actually not happy with this mouth. Honestly, I'm not especially happy with his face in general. Isn't particularly on model. I'll need to work on it. She has a longer face. Or maybe she doesn't. Maybe her nose is a bit shorter. And no, wait, hold on. What the world is going on? What in the world am I drawing here? This doesn't look like her. Her nose is a little more shallow. Her jawline, that's more or less her jawline, although this is a bit rounder. Eyes are really wrong. I gotta like rethink the eyes, hold on. They're smaller than that, they're more narrow. She has kind of a, I always kind of like imagine sort of a Northern Asian kind of facial structure. That might be better. There we go. Now she's starting to look like blind. It's funny because like this is a very like subtle art style that I'm doing. I can't really exaggerate the features of the characters too much, or else they start looking really weird. There's almost this like starkness to the design, which is intentional. Boy, makes it kind of hard. But it's not especially cartoony. It's stylized, but it's not like cartoony. And the size is too big now. And we may just employ the scummy rough animator tactic. Cleanup will fix it. Final line art will fix it. Because that's always great. For the record, never do that. Don't do that if you're working on a TV. Had another Billy? Alright, man. Catch you later. Have a good one. I might be almost done myself here. I want to try to get the get this done here if I can. The sketch at least, and where I can go in and quickly kind of whip it out next time. Maybe like this. I need to see how his cloak is done. Yeah, so probably actually like that. And comes down. Sure, why not? Actually though, it would be like this. All right, so comparison. This is what I come up with this compared to the thumb. So I think that that's an upgrade. What time is it? 9:32. All right, I'll go until about 10. I want to really make sure that this is done up proper. I mean, worth noting that this is gonna be like covering up most of this, like that. And we have part of the cloak going like that. This arm is kind of long. So let's actually do that, and now this arm is off. It might not even be that long, honestly. Not sure. Maybe. Hold on. Okay. Technically, I could just start. I might need to work on that hair some. That looks a little long, honestly. Her hair is a little long there. But for now, whatever. It's not the right perspective, actually. I'm actually gonna... Okay. So... here's the handle. Here's the guard, I guess you would call it. I actually... hold on. Want it... more like that. There we go, that's better. Hmm. Let's see, what time is it? 9:44. All right. What is his? Yeah, it would be like this. Okay. Well, I don't feel like starting the inking for this tonight, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. I got about 13 more minutes until 10. Whew. Went for about 5 hours. That's not too bad. Not too bad. It's a good work session. I got some stuff done, including some animation, which is really cool. Always fun. So I'll have to rework the leg a little bit. Because that movement is not right. Too fast. Too fast for it. He lifts his leg too much, so I'll have to rework it and see what I can kind of come up with. So I'll rework that and see what comes of it. And then we got this panel done, which is really good. And we have the sketch done for this panel to update it a little bit. So I actually do really like how this panel came out. I actually like how this page is coming along. It took me forever to do this panel, but I finally got it. And then I actually liked how this one came out. It's good energy. And then that energy carries into this and just like totally stopped, which is exactly what I'm going for. And then we have him trying to just straight up stab her. Ugh, a lot of work. But this page is getting closer to being done, and when it's done, that's going to be big because the next page is going to be a lot faster, probably. This page I need to rework a little bit. And then I'll be able to kind of keep that one going. And then this page is going to be a lot of work, but probably not terrible, honestly. The hardest panel is probably going to be this one. And even then, I'm actually really happy with how the panel, the thumbnail is. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but it's coming along. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap up here. I'll be back probably tomorrow doing my thing. I really want to get these pages done. Thank you very much. Ideally, I want to have these pages done line work wise by the end of this month. I've been saying that for the last like 4 months or 5 months. Doggone it. It should not take me this long. But it's been a lot of work. These pages have been a lot of work. So I'm going to try to use the time I have to really crank some stuff out. All that being said, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow to keep working on stuff. So I hope to see you then. Have a good one. Take care. And yeah.